All right, fixing bugs, getting more work in. Good stuff. I'm glad it works at all, at least. Me too. Me too. And hello, Kai. Good morning or good afternoon. Thanks for resetting it up, Sam. Absolutely. Absolutely. I think the eye fix should be straightforward. I think just got these mixed up probably. Eyelid. I mean, those look right. So let's look at the character. Original one. I'll do some extensive tests tonight as well, see what is wonky, and I'll write it down. Gotcha. Ah, they go backwards. Okay, so should just be that in the Avi on the eyelid blend shape, we just swap these. Funny that these are swapped around at all, though. They really shouldn't be switched, but that will work. All right, we'll export that. Only have 2 minutes time to see either a bug or whatever. I won't know till I'm back home. Mouth and face stuff was working good. And we'll throw it in here. Okay, uploading. That should be that fixed. Good. Then ooh, that felt good. I need to make some armor. If I make the armor, then I can sell these goblins. So let's make some armor. Oh, hello, Sky. Welcome. 2024 0430. So goblin armor. What I want to make. It's what I want to make. Bum, 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 bum. Boo, boo, boo. Okay. So I want some basic goblin armor. Something much simpler. Wow, 90% of this is AI generated. Goblin these nuts! Yeah, that's a good one. AI armor, easy. AI armor, easy. These are more like player characters. I want this. And I guess I'll make a Discord post for this one. So we're gonna make a new one. Goblin armor. Oh, these all have little apostrophes or commas there. Let me clear that. Info, tags. Okay, and then clothing. Okay. Now create a goblin armor. His clothing. The creation of a basic set of leather armor for dirty goblins. Should be simple, easy to edit, add other characters. Yeah, and now we're gonna gather some inspiration. Google should implement AI filter so searching can exclude it. I don't disagree. I think it'll be necessary after a while because there's just so much. What would a high level goblin wear? Probably just more leather. I don't know. Stuff more like this, where it's more like simple straps. Let me search up leather. Maybe D&D. Again, it should be pretty simple. I like the pauldrons. Something like that's pretty good. Leather armor, simple, rough. Yeah, I can live with that. All right. Then I'm just gonna fucking load up this post with images. Cool. An error occurred. That's too many too many images, probably. Good stuff. Oh, I did want to try something else too. Blender multiplayer. Apparently, there's a Blender add-on that allows you to do Blender in multiplayer. Multi-Blender. Multi-Blender renderer. Ba -ba -ba -ba. Okay. If you didn't see, Vaughn's coming out with a new Cobalt. Ooh, Cobalt. The Cabal of Cabals. Sir. Experimental add-on can break your scenes. Awesome. Does anyone want to try joining my Blender? This can't at work. How dare you? How dare you? Wait, can't I? I can do this, obviously. But can't I save this as a shortcut? How do I save a save URL as shortcut? Open the Chrome browser. Save and share. Create shortcut. Click the padlock icon on the left of the address bar. Oh, okay. So go. That's not the one I wanted to save. That's useful. All right. Does it need accounts or anything? I don't think so. And it's Mixer. Ubisoft Mixer. Let me go ahead and share that here. I'll go ahead. I'll actually share it in the Discord as well. And then Mixer. Localhost. Connect to the Mixer server. This is a VR artist Ubisoft software. Oh. Connect. Binary path. Add-on preferences. Is this only local? 2021, perhaps. Yeah. That should be fine for our 3.6. Oh, gotcha. Sorry, yeah, I'm on 3.6. Up to you if you want to install it, but I'm going to have to switch to Goblin Armor and Weapons. As we finish the skull. Try for 3.6 for a sec if I still have it. Yeah. No worries if I don't want to. It could be quite the rabbit hole. Could easily become quite the rabbit hole. Just curious, gotcha. So we need to make a sword. We need to make a... If it works out of the box, nice. If not, we'll save it for another time. This is going to be a sword. This is the club. I don't know what that's going to be. These are weapons. I need to make armor. Armor. Weapons. And we'll do file, link, Gabo. Object, make library override. I can hide the rig. Yeah, I should have ARP open, or sorry, Mixer open. Curious to see if that even loads for you. And let me open up Discord again so I can look at my Goblin Armor. And I think we'll just kind of use this one as inspiration. I like the single arm. We can swap it if we need to, and then we'll do something like this without the bag. It's like a simple. Very simple. When I close that. I wonder if this will work. We'll do a multi-res. Subdivide. Actually, we'll do a simple, then a subdivide. And then we'll go into post it. Okay, perfect. Take a look in just a moment. And see what we can do about moving this around. done that a lot easier with just a subdivision. And I can always take a subdivision and then undo it. So I think that's kind of what we'll shoot for. So I can go ahead and apply that and go into multi-res, unsubdivide, then resubdivide. And now we've got this. Just check it out briefly, but are you able to host it publicly easily? I'm not sure how to expose this to the outside world instead of using localhost. So it is only local? Gotcha. Non-local host. There we go. Yeah, darn. All right, let's take a look at Sky's host. I appreciate you taking a look. I can imagine it isn't local. I mean, that would be the hope. Do you want to try connecting? On a LAN, connect to a server. I'd have to send you my IP, I guess. Yeah, that's a little too much work for right now. I thought it'd be like a one-step shop. Unfortunate. Then the question is, do you have the correct ports opened up? Most likely. I would think so, but I don't really. That just confuses me. Bye. So looking at your stuff here, Sky. Very cool. That's looking pretty good. So so for your colors, most likely you'll want these. Your high poly can have these separate materials, but the version you're going to bring into the game, or when you bring it into Substance to bake, you'd most likely want to have just one material for your chest. That's looking good. So for the UV unwrap, you'll have to unwrap it before you can bake. That should work right now. And go to my goblin armor. Do I make it thin or do I solidify it? It's unwrapped, but if I modify the mesh and add subdiv and multi-res, do I keep same unwrap? Yes. The subdivision and multi-res do not affect your UV maps. That being said, the version will actually bring into the game, into Resonite, you would not want to have to subdivide it anymore. The subdivision and multi-res are just to create a higher poly version for baking those details. For baking details. To bake them cakes, exactly. Last HP bake I did was a mess. Oh, interesting. When I smooth it, it does this bend here. I don't want it to do that. I don't see why it would. Why is it so set on bending like that? It burned and the fire alarm went off. JK, but it wasn't that slow. When I apply this, or let's apply it at the highest resolution. And then if I extrude it, we have 5 levels of subdivision. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then what happens if I would just not be possible? So I have 5. So from here to here is how many subdivisions I would, or how many loop cuts I would need. Here to here. Boom, boom, and stats. 31. So now when I extrude it, boom, I would want 31. And then when I multi-res unwrap it, I actually can unsubdivide it. Okay, very interesting. Multi-res is actually a lot more flexible than I initially thought. I do. Open to the gospel. Start joking too much. Baking normals has never been easier with multi-res. Bake multi-res option. Guys, excuse me, sorry to interrupt, but could you have a second talk about Lord and Savior multi-res? I'm gonna do Q mesh filter smooth. We're just gonna hit it with a little bit of smooth. And then I want it to be looking like a really rough chunk of leather. So we're gonna add some scratches and stuff. Just like that. Make it look nice and worn, beat up, that kind of stuff. Nice. Okay. Chunky leather. Chunky leather. And I'm going to subdivide it one more time so I can go in with my tools. Nice, it saved it. Oh wait, no, this is just bar. Which might work pretty well, actually. Way too strong on the strength. And it seems to not want to work. Reading? You playing? Weird. Oh, Sam, did I miss seeing you use the VDM Baker? I have not been using the. I have used it before, but that's not what I'm using here. If that's what you're asking. Texture cheater, exactly. Right. No, it's just too light. I don't know why it's pulling out like that. That's really weird to me. There we go. Maybe the normals were incorrect. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. That's more or less what I expect. Subdivision difference there. Okay, well, there's one piece of leather. And again, we're going to keep this very simple. Very, very simple. Okay. A little bit of leather, and then we'll make a plane. Sorry, cube. Be the start of our strap for the character. And do a set of cuts to help break it out. And that is. And then select the boundary loop, crease, hit it with the subdivision. All right, multi-res. Subdivide. Actually get this better position first. No reason to delay on that. And then face. Extrude face along normals. Right about there. Refresh the mesh. Then I'm going to delete this and this. Subdivide. Now we've got this. Rope strap that we can get better situated. Okay, super simple armor. Now we're going to do another really simple one. I'm going to do a little loincloth for him so he's no longer naked. And I'm going to duplicate these, move them down, extrude them up, Control L, boundary loop, bridge. Or no, do we need a bridge? No, we just need that. And all right. And this is the power of multi-res. Well, not really like looking at screwing, but just that. I get to make everything as simply as possible. Like that is cool. I just don't have to think about things that hard anymore. High res undies. From a low poly starting point. This one, I will take the edges and crease them so we don't lose the corners there. I just have to prevent myself from using a cube as a base sometimes. I mean, no matter how well it bakes, a cube is a cube. What do you mean? I love cubes. So for modeling, it's good to keep it simple like that. Yes. Yes. Even because like when you get to really high levels of detail, knowing if you started from a simple base, you'll have a really good idea of what the topology of your character actually is, which you may not be able to do if your character is too complicated. If your topology gets too complicated. Say shape, apply base, and apply base. Hello, Nammers. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We're making some loincloth. Good time to join. Or do I do the over the front? Scandalous. Scandalous. I think we'll do over the front. How's your morning going, Nammers? Can you just combine these? It's Monornan. It's Monornan. I'm wondering if people make assets for a tavern but use different materials will not look nice. What do you think? Um, it will definitely take a bit of time to make sure we get that aesthetic narrowed down. Um, so I think how we approach this is by starting with just simple shapes and just slowly iterate. So I wouldn't want someone to like get all the way as far to the end as possible, without like checking in and being part of a, making sure that we're dialing in that aesthetic or look or that we're going for, or whatever it is. Feedback is a very crucial step to this, and a lot of different ways to make that happen. So I'd spend less time on textures at first. Yes, that would be my recommendation. Is like, sometimes like, your asset can be sized wrong. There's just, everything's always like kind of a back and forth process with digital art. Like, okay, did that work? No. Did this work? Yes. Just kind of revisit it a few times. There we go. Got some Gabo armor. Or not armor, but I guess it's armor. Cloth. Give it a color. Say rough leather. Armor. Rough leather. I don't think you have to worry about it looking nice at first anyway, since at some point optimization is also required. So you can limit the materials used, etc., in the entire scene / world. Yeah, a lot of times for like imagine a bunch of doors and cabinets and stuff and walls. A lot of them all share the same texture, and they use something called a trim sheet, which is like a good way to make one texture and then turn it more of like into a palette that you use to paint things really quickly. In other words, just tend to ask a lot of questions. Definitely need to push with my perfectionism. Perfectionism issues. And then let's get some and we'll actually do a little duplication. Testing new rig tonight, I think. Ooh, exciting. I believe in you. I believe in you. I'm going to lower the amount of steps to right here and then say delete higher. So that way I can subdivide this a few more times. Kind of get back to where we were. Select everything. We'll do hue mesh filter, inflate. Let's make it a bit bigger. And then we'll go back in. First, let's apply the base. Go back in with some texture again. Turn off the symmetry. Okay. Then Shift Tab, Alt D, boom, and we'll do some other. Okay, 2. Now we just want to make sure we kind of close up the gaps here. Okay. That's pretty cool. Nothing too crazy there. I'm going to duplicate this one plane. Get rid of the multi-res. Move this forward a little. Up there. Indent it. Delete it. Apply to solidify. And then unbevel. Screwed. I need to find a better asset for being able to place my cursor more easily. Armor, HP, and all right. And just with some sculpting, we're going to try to add a little bit more visual interest in a few spots, just some wrinkles and like that. How about you quick menu it? But I just tried and you can't. You lied to me. Quick menu. Okay. Still a lot more to do. Duplicate this. Put it right here. Go down. Extrude. Shrink. Extrude again. Maybe just straight to extruding. Alt D. D. AC11 plus mod. Let's hit that subdiv again. I'm going to turn off the mirror so I don't think these ones line up. But just shoulder, I wouldn't give it a full leather armor perk. He does need a little bit more in order to make it nice. But I figured just keep it simple, you know, work fast. At least that's the hope. Working quick. Ooh. Then what we're gonna do is work fast. Faster. Faster. Maybe not that fast. I think that the temptation I'm resisting right now is like, how do you work fast but simply? Low poly everything, always. I'm never working any other way again. I just, it just makes sense because what I just did there is I made this really simple start because I want to make like straps going around. And so I'm going to kind of cheat. First by making this shape and then meshing it. Because now, because I started it from a low poly, I know I can always go back to multi-res and just unsubdivide all the way back to that super simple shape. And now, and when I want to unwrap, I am literally only unwrapping a box. Like, how simple does that get? It literally doesn't get simpler than that. You just mark the seam, you go to UV editing, you unwrap it, and then if you've got your straighten tool, boom, perfect wrap. Maybe not super perfect, but you applied the subdiv. I did because I know that with my multi-res, you come back to multi-res. Exactly. It changes the base shape, but I'm okay with that because it'll help maintain it closer to here. And then that way I have these LODs built in. Not just for games, even though I love having game ready models and everything. It's also cool for VFX, CGI, and film. Helps keep your scene running. And yeah, I'm going to cheat here by, now that I have it, I'm going to duplicate it and put it all the way up to my top multi-res. And then I'm going to apply it. Because this way, I can get all my individual straps. And we just hit it with the solidify and a bevel. And now I have what I'm going to bake to, and then my high poly object right there, just built in. Okay. So they are a little messed up. So in here, I can go in and clean some of this up. Actually, I'm going to delete it, redo that again. By going here, adding that shrink wrap again. And then I can shrink wrap again. Go into this view, wireframe. I want my topology evened out. Like so. Okay, much better. IP workflow, absolutely. Then edge loops again, rip again, select all of them. It will separate by loose parts. That way I can start moving them around in a way that's interesting. I like doing. Shrink wrap again. The body. And then a solidify. LP, sorry. No, you're fine. Hello, JW. Welcome back. Now we've got this. I'm going to delete that one. Straps there. With a cage, we can already go ahead and adjust should we need to. Should we need to? And then, of course, add in another multi-res. So we can go in and sculpt that. Can I say face sets from random? Dumb question. Can we get something like multiple vertex group setbacks for, say, rigs? Say my rig varies in deform bones. I'd like a secondary fallback set for A or B export without duplicating everything in another spine 01 secondary. I think you just have to make some sort of programming at that point. I don't know of anything explicit in Blender that would allow you to do that. It's an interesting application, though. Too much detail there. Looks good, though. I like that. ChatGPT warned me in the past for this. With Python, you have more control over your rigging, and then I fell asleep. When the Blender fugue state hit me. All right, we got most of it done already. Very cool. Weird Goblin Undies. Then we need more armor. We need more! More armor! So we're gonna make some bracers, some actual bracers. Well, sort of. Those be leather pulled together with like a twine, something. Should really look like they're handmade. All right. And then, of course, add in a multi-res. I'm just going to go back, delete higher, run a cut right there, and then select the boundary loop, increase it, take this side, shrink it down, right about there, unwrap it, and straighten. Easy. That goblin gets dressed faster than me on my days off. I'm really trying to get my speed going, you know? Get fancy with it. So I appreciate you saying that, because I feel like we're getting there. Slowly learning how to just think of something and make it. All right, something like that. And we'll go to level 2 and say apply base. Right, I need to stand up now. I need to stand up, okay? Calm down. Calm the F down. I'll be right back. Thanks. All right, and now put our cursor here. We're gonna make a. This is interesting. We're gonna make a Bezier curve, which I will parent to the this here, to the this here, and then we'll add a mirror mod onto the same object. Switch this to glow or local. And I believe we've set it up now so that when we do this, we will get a secondary object. Spacing even. Then we'll add on it say an extrude. Wow, not what I thought would happen at all. I see. Need to be rotated. Then we need to do the, I guess I could do a depth. Nice and thick. That is an issue. Unfortunately, I can't alternate them this way. So let's get rid of the mirror. Take this, duplicate it, and just flip it. And subdivide. And I'm not quite liking that. Not quite liking that. Oh, I just stood up and now I want to sit down again. The curse! Subdivide a few more times. Let's get some leather. Well, I heard someone as crazy as to knit a sweater like this. Yes. Yes, I did. I judge you. I judge thee. We will go ahead and mesh it so I can select it. Say face, extrude along normals. Actually, no. First, select this segment, count it, 6 vertices in between the two. Then face extrude along normals, refresh the mesh, and then we need 6 cuts here. And that way we can multi-res unsubdivide. Maybe not. Or how many were there? 1, 2, 6. 6. So divide this by 6, we get 6. Means there should only be 4 cuts. Okay. Come on. There we go. Okay, it has to be an odd number. It has to be an odd number. All right, but now we can go back to here. Should we desire? We had an extra one. 3. Still not quite sure how that's working, but I figured it out. There's some intuition I have. I don't think I could verbalize it, but it is working. Okay, back to tool. Let's give it some wood texture again, or leather details. Some large details. And some not so large. And we'll say shape, apply base. And then I'm gonna add some spots where our little these points grab. So I want it to feel like there's some physical tension between these points that are getting pulled together. Back to this. Hello, Arctic. Welcome back. Imagine someone has crazy knit sweater like this. Yes, yes. What next? Sit down again. We're dressing up our goblin, Arctic. We're getting our gobbo dressed. One step at a time. Where the heck did my curve go? Did I delete it? I don't think I did. Ah, it is childed its object. Working on mimic dentistry at the moment. Nice. Sounds very dungeon. What's a show called? Dungeon Meshy. Let's hit it with the curve, clean up our control points, smooth. Smooth curve tilt. This would like to all right. Cool. And then I can also go ahead, go to my curve turn down the amount a whole bunch, say 0 for the resolution. That's what I'd say if I got tricked by my loot box in a dungeon. Is it better if all pieces are separated OBJ? No, you do want to combine things as you go. So for example, like right now I'm having these, all these armor pieces be separate. But in the end, I will combine every single piece of armor into one single object. Separating things at this point is mostly just for ease of use. But yeah, the less individual things in your game engine, the faster it'll run. You don't want it to be too lumpy, otherwise it takes away from how tough it might look. But that definitely looks like leather. That definitely looks like leather. Gorgeous. All right. Rip, I have to go teach. I have to go, but it was nice to catch you for a second stream for a bit. Same to you, JW. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. We'll be here all week. So watch me go home, test the eyes, and it's backwards. I'll let you know. Hopefully it's not. I did send you an updated version. Okay, cool. So now we have the curve like this, and we're actually just going to go ahead and mesh it so that, guess what? I can use a multi-res on these. Actually, not yet. First, we will use a displace on them, texture, if we subdivide them, and the texture will be a wave or maybe that's what I have to use, not a displace, but a wave on the UV. been abusing pose mode so much to sew everything together. Good. Main third hurdle I've been running into is fitting all the teeth inside with the gums as well as rigging it all together. I was expecting to be able to use blend. Ha, color ramp. Like the clothing one. I've seen what else I was sending you that's maybe helpful plugins. I will definitely take a look. I was looking at one of them while I was reviewing your what was going wrong. It does seem quite useful. It's a big old gap right there. Just gonna go back to the displace. Use that other texture. Can I not skew it? Darn it! Oh, here we go. This should be working. That'd be a nice way to get some from Steph, and that way I can mesh them, go back to multi-res, and then we just hit unsubdivide a whole bunch. And we'll leave them. Never mind. I broke it somehow. That would have been a lot easier to do in Substance Painter, but we did it here. Okay. What next? Next, we need some actual chest armor. Got a little shoulder pad. We'll want basically a one chunk of armor here. We'll want some actual like leggings, basically. And then a shin guard. And then some small items like beads and stuff. Very small little items that will go over this stuff, or in addition to it. We don't call it a cult without reason, Sam. Using blenders sometimes requires sacrifice. Who's first? Who's first out of the group that I can sacrifice? Oh, let's also take some of these. Those will look good. Just kind of around. Not me. I'm a friend of that default cube. I've been a good boy. A good boy. All right. Now we'll get some. Get a plane. Shrink it down. Got it. Delete this side. Slap on a mirror mod. Do a little cut right here. This side's going to go over. And I'm cutting them to try to keep them as square as possible. That's my MO. And yeah, we'll need some straps after this for armor and stuff. Looks to me like this section should actually be separate. Okay. We'll go ahead and mesh them. Slap on that multi-res, baby. Subdivide. Start manipulating. And then do 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 do. All right. Hmm, I'm not feeling that one. Let's get rid of the multi-res. Delete that. To keep hard edges, do you mark edges sharp or add defining edges? I would bake them. I would put any sort of beveling that I need the um into the bake. If my normals are getting really weird afterwards, um like in the unshaded mode, like we're looking at it right now, if the normals were weird, there's other things I can do to edit those normals to make them look correct. But I think marking things sharp um, can get a little tricky. It messes up baking. Usually, I don't mark things sharp. Ooh, interesting. The scaling makes it do weird things. Why does it smooth like that? It's so odd to me. That has to be more a reflection of that's a multi-res issue. It's not a. I guess we just have to work around that, but I don't like that. I don't want to have to do that. All right, and then a big belt. Send you an image Discord post. Like I want to keep the metal edges not round. I'll take a look. Take a little look-see. All right, hopping into Discord. I want to keep the metal edges not round. So gotcha. So you're looking to straighten these out. Okay, so that is not sharp. That is not what you're looking to do. There is a crease. So if I make a cube and I add a subdivision, when I turn those up, when I'm in edit mode, you have your item open here. There's the crease options. So there's a few different things you can do, but generally that is what allows you to sharpen an edge, whatever kind of edge you're looking for on a subdivision. So you can go this transition from very sharp to very smooth, but the creasing is what you want to look for. You can also use a bevel weight. So if I had a bevel modifier, and let's turn this back down. You could also do a bevel, which is very useful if you want a nice sharp edge without having to use a subdivision. In this case, I'm using both, but I'll give a nice bevel. Okay, and then you have to make sure you set it to weight. So that way we're only beveling this side. Yeah, crease is good. I'm gonna go ahead and apply this. Take it, face, extrude along normals, bring it in. Then we had 2 subdivisions, so should be 3 cuts here. And 3 cuts here. And that way, when I go back to the multi-res and unsubdivide it, we can go back all the way down, but we'll still have the interior edge. Go ahead and say shape, apply base. Weird. Still a little goofy, but I'm not going to go all the way to 0. Maybe. Unsubdivide, always nice. It is the best. I don't think I'd be using multi-res without it. It's what I need. It's what I require. Simple first, then subdivide. Okay. And I really love that I get to use symmetry the whole time. Feels really nice. Then I'm going to cheat. And I'm just going to I'm going to do Alt D to duplicate. That way I'm sharing the object information between all of these. Which means if I update one, it will update all of them. To make it fit a little bit nicer. You know what I can do? Can I just combine these? Awesome. Now that's awesome. Cool. Makes me want to make a mech. Good old mechs. Oh, interesting. If I separate by loose parts, it doesn't keep the info. What happens if I just separate by selection? Okay, it kept it there. Interesting. Oh, didn't expect that. Okay, and now we just want to give them some variation between all of them. So, turn off the symmetry for this. And subdivide. All right. Then we can take one of these. Why is it so? Oh, try this one instead. too much space between them. Cool. It's amazing how much just a subtle little texture like immediately makes it feel like a real object. I love that. That's such a cool feeling. And I just feel like I can work so fast now. Not to belabor the point, but I just, man, it's a good feeling. I want to be Speedy Gonzalez. I can't make that comparison, but I do want to be really fast. I'll just pretend to be the turtle. little too shiny, but good stuff. This one could go with one more level of resolution. Cool. Cool. Weird. Oh, I see. Need some more straps around the legs. Combine these, Control J, all transforms, extrude them, subdivide them, times, and shrinky wrap onto the leg, a little bit of offset. All right. Cool. And then face extrude. Actually, no. I will to apply it first. So mesh, solidify, mesh multi-res. All right, we're learning. We're learning. There's a lot more to learn. I feel like we're moving at a good pace right now. I would like more loops, more belt loops. We'll want one where the sword may hang off of. I don't think I'm going to make shoes of any kind. And I'm probably not going to make a lower shin guard. We'll leave that there. I will make circle. So we can give him a necklace of some kind. Good stuff. Slap on a depth. Magnus, welcome back. Hello. Been working on a goblin last I modeled. Tried your method of remodeling. Feels like it gets worse every time I work on it and redo from a previous save. Well, I did recently, I'm not sure if you have come by since I last kind of switched up my workflow, but I've really embraced a multi-resolution workflow recently. It's kind of what I'm using here. For example, this leg piece here is actually just this really simple shape, and been really embracing that because it just makes my life a little bit easier. Man, how much do I want to add a necklace? Not really. That was my original, and I loved it. Simple model into shape, then sculpt. High res and auto bake on low poly saves for retopology and time. Yeah, it is a good one. It's a good one. I think I'm able to really make the most of it now based on my previous workflow, just because that taught me a lot about how to edit things when I need to, stuff like that. The multi-res is cool. Multi-res is very cool. Because I have a template, like a base template now of that's already like rigged. So I'll show that off really quick. Bobby template. This guy here. So he's fully rigged. And UV mapped, and he's got teeth and eyes and hands and feet, things that are very difficult to do from scratch. UV mapped. And yeah, I've just been like making little tweaks, kind of reproportioning them, sculpting, and I made this goblin and ogre characters very quickly, very quickly. But I don't know if you're interested, Magnus, but so I'm starting to open up tasks on my Discord channel for items that I'm looking to have made for the kind of D&D stuff we've been doing here. And my offer is that anyone who's looking to learn, they can assist in making one of these Gumroad assets that I want to make for the RP. So, for example, like armor or modular environment pieces, things like that. But I will teach you how to do it if your goal is to put it on Gumroad and we can split revenue. So I think that's going to be a very nice way to collaborate with people. So that's for everyone out there. If anyone's interested in taking me up on that offer, please feel free. And yeah, for just to show it off, we've got a few tasks in here right now. We've got Sky working on the chest. We need some tavern food, tavern environment. Right now I'm working on the goblin armor, and then we need an avatar for the tavern keeper. Subdivide. Just a few more items for our belt here. Ooh. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. Looking forward to getting to more detailed stuff over the next few weeks. This is fun, but it's more practice than anything. I want to get to the meat and potatoes, the real fun stuff. What I really want to do is make like big big puppets. I'd love to make a system where you could like control like a dragon or some sort of monster, like four-legged monster or something that the players fight. I think that would be sick. All right, he looks good. Make another yeah, we'll make a circle. Sorry, that should have been a curve. It was a curve. We'll add nothing. Call this belt waist. This one will be underscore profile belt waist. And then we can switch the profile to object here, which will allow us to kind of make some more interesting shapes. So we can really quickly build up some visual interest here. Cool. Okay. Then I would like to make a cube. It's going to be a little coin pouch. And then we can slap that on. Dope. It should go the other way. It's like a water balloon. And then we'll add a cursor to it. Make a curve, Bezier. No, I take the back. We'll just make a plane. Yeah, make a plane. Make it a child of the bag. So that way when we're using local, now we can multi-res. What kind of things would you expect to be teaching from the Gumroad agreement thing? Absolutely anything I'm able to teach. So avatar creation, prop creation. My only kind of condition is to make things for this larger project that I'm trying to do with the D&D stuff. So I would like to teach you things, but I would want them to be related to this project, to furthering like making D&D or role playing fun in VR. That's pretty much the only consideration I would say. And of course, I'll be streaming a lot of it too, so I don't think it's. I think you could probably still get a lot out of just watching or whatever you is comfortable for whoever's watching. Armor. Hello, Pixie. Welcome. Yes, indeed. We are working on some goblin armor right now. This is going to be one of the items on the character. A little bag. Do you have reps website for brush alphas? I've actually been using Photoshop to Photoshop's generative AI to generate some alphas for me as of late. But there are some great brushes on ArtStation. Cannot wait to try myself. Well, good. Yeah, we're gonna be getting a lot of D&D's up in here. Up in here, up in here. Yeah. Oh, that's great. Man, I'm moving so fast nowadays. I'm like speedy. So speedy. But I'm gonna stand up now. You are fast. Thank you, Sky. We're learning a lot of stuff. Brain's getting so big. Right? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Okay. Now I would like to create some small little straps going around, but I don't want to change too much what we have already. So we're going to duplicate this, go down to 1, apply this. Now we should have some nice segments here. Delete. And then add as a solidify. Maybe with a subdivision first and a shrink wrap. And then we can take our solidify, turn that way down. nice little edge details. Nothing too crazy. This was my fave race Sam from like a fantasy game. I would. I'm going to. I'll have to assume that's what you mean, but I cannot help but love elves. I think that that's just been kind of ever since Legend of Zelda. They're not elves in Legend of Zelda, but they are elves, but not really elves. Yeah, elves, tieflings. But I am playing tomorrow. I'll be going to another. I like long ears too. Gotta get the pointy ears. I'll be going to a game tomorrow, and in that campaign, I'm playing a Tabaxi monk, which is very different from, I would say, most of the characters I usually play. So I'm excited about that. It'll be different. It'll be interesting. Just trying to get it down to its most essential shape. Do you make all bodies from scratch every time, or do you have like templates? I am now working with templates a lot more often. In the past, I would start from scratch. I don't think I'll be working that way anymore. But I may not be making. I think it's still pretty easy for me to forego using like a template of any kind. I think I can make do without them. That's good. I think that's good for leather armor for a goblin. We'll leave it right there. Maybe I'll do some additional straps for the arms and legs. And we'll call it that. Not that. Hello, Rachel Wilson. Welcome. Does it make it easier to use template or starting from scratch? Still feels extremely weird that the stream hasn't delayed after 5 minutes of being in here. I'm very happy to hear that. Seeing comments show up fast every time is giving me whiplash. Good. Prepare to get lashed. But does it make it easier to use template? Yes. In the general sense, yes. As long as you know what you're doing with them. I think that there's a lot of benefits to starting from a template, but it's only as any 3D tool is only as good as your ability to understand how it's actually put together. If you're just using a template to like as a way to get some insight into how things is made, like say you buy a base avatar from someone, I think that's a good way to kind of very quickly level up your understanding of how things work. Um, but I do make my own templates. And this is one of the, this character here, this goblin that I made, I started from this body template here, which looks really, really goofy, but basically it's already rigged. I can show that. Yeah. It's already rigged. Everything's already rigged, and I can move them around and stuff. And I've got the base model set up, all unwrapped and stuff. Share your Twitch name too. I will follow you there too. Well, thank you. It is Sam Dutter on everything. So if you search Sam Dutter, you should find me just in general. Hopefully. That's how it should work. I hope I'm number one for my name. Hey. Oh, there we go. Rachel Wilson, 11. Thank you for the follow. Super appreciated. Welcome to the stream. Yes, you are. Unique name. Well, thank you. Possibly. I learned recently that apparently it's Dutch. From what I understand, apparently it's Dutch. I always thought it was German, and there are Germans with the last name Dutter. But most likely, it seems to be Dutch for Deuter. Dotter. Anyway, just a little bit of trivia there. Okay, I think that looks awesome. And that's where we're going to leave the armor right now. We're going to hide this. Now we have all the armor pieces for the goblin. And not all of them are unwrapped. Oh. I guess that one is wrapped. That's what I thought. Okay, unwrap. Unwrap failed to solve. Edge seams. Oh, gotcha. Because I extruded it. Extruded it. There we go. And then pin and straighten. There we go. That's unwrapped. Our little these guys are unwrapped as well. Ah, balls. Can't move. Oh no, I can because that's already applied. Nice. Already applied. Point 2 and put it right here. Is not meshed. I had to go here. Wireframe. I think we need to adjust this side. Yeah. It's not actually combined. Interesting. Okay, I want these ones. All right. And that's better because now I can adjust these much easier. Say 6 for there. I don't need to worry about that because then I'll use this one and lower resolution. Here. Okay. That's still pretty dense. Still pretty dense. Oh, come back to it. I've already unwrapped this one. I have not unwrapped this one. I think we'll do this. And this is why, I mean, just look how fast this UV mapping is happening. Like, you just would not be able to do that any other way. Let's go multi-res. I didn't unwrap these ones, though. That's a little disappointing. But thankfully, again, because they are just some easy shape, watch me do it real quick. Bam. Nighty night. Good night, Pixie. Thank you for hanging out. Enjoy the rest of your day. Enjoy the rest of your evening. And we'll be back tomorrow. So hope to see you then. Not being successful in using alpha brushes on the multi-res doesn't seem to be adding details in the way it is intended. If you would like to, so if I switch to the wireframe view here and then go into sculpt mode, you can see how dense it is. If you have your wireframe enabled and you're in sculpt mode, how dense is your mesh? Because that's what's gonna give you your details when you're using an alpha brush. Additionally, if it's still not giving you what you desire, detail-wise, most likely your so I have some brushes with some textures here. I have been switching the texture to the view plane. That seems to work okay. Not sure what the best mapping is. I'll add detail to multi-res and try this. Okay, perfect. Yeah, for sculpting, there's nothing. The only thing you're manipulating is the geometry. So in order to have really high details, you have to have a high resolution geometry or high triangle count. Really like how these ones came out. I didn't even sculpt these guys. Have to give those some sculpting details. The loincloth could probably use a little bit of love too. It's working! Yay! Interesting. They all still share the UV map. I don't have to unwrap these ones. I have to unwrap this one. And I guess I'm not going to do a chest plate for these guys. Maybe later. Hello, Kip Rick. Hi, I want help for Blender. Could you help? Depends on your issue. What are you encountering? I guess that's fine. It's an okay way to unwrap. Yeah. Get unwrapped. I'm afraid I don't know what you're saying. I think that's almost everything. And we'll just select these and straighten them. And then these ones pin, straighten. And we'll just kind of leave them like that, I guess. Okay. buckle. Anything else? Cool. Okay. All right. It's going pretty well. Well, I guess, I might as well just say UV average scale. And the ones that explode are broken. What are these? Is the question. But everything else should be roughly proportional sizes now. Sorry, I was talking to my friend and posted it here by mistake. No problem. Share my files with another computer and my files get corrupted and you can't open them again. What files are you sharing and through what are you exporting them? Is this Blender? Are you opening them with the same version of Blender? First, I want to open Blender. All right, look at that. Look at that. Beautiful. The amount of times I put a lot of work into a project, only find out I was using the wrong version the whole time. 4.0 release is tripping me up. I'm hesitant to upgrade. Snardom was having to redo his old avatar. And I was like, maybe I'll just wait. But what version are you using, Kiprick? I'm not sure what these are. Gotcha. Okay. Actually, good then. These don't need to be included. Those are not meant to be. HP ARM graphs. I save it from the file menu and share it directly. Even if my friend has Blender on computer, Blender file cannot be opened. So you want to make sure that this number right here, move this file, splash screen. So if you open up the splash screen right here, these numbers you want generally to be the same. So if you're sending it in 3.6, they should be opening it in 3.6. 4.1.1 for both versions, for both your version of Blender and your friends. So yeah, I would make sure you both have the same version. Gotcha. Both of you have the current version. And it's still getting corrupted. Are you using any add-ons? He's saying it's getting corrupted. Can anyone else open that file, or just your friend cannot? Is it only your friend that is unable to open it? Shared, my friend is not opening file. File's breaking out, not opening again. Can you open the file that you exported? If you download it, is it also corrupted for you? Should just be able to send the file. Like if I was going to send this file to you, I would just send the file as is. File, which is this one here. I would just send that file. I wouldn't save it as anything else. I would just send this file directly. Well, maybe I'd put it in a zip file, but generally that's basically what I do. Bye, Pixie. I am here too. Well, hello, Pixie. Um, Welcome back. Welcome to the kick side of things. The multiverse. Multiple Pixies. I don't know what these are. Looks like there's already an overlap inside of these, whatever that is. Okay. We're going to take these items, make a backup copy. I haven't had my files get corrupted very often, and very rarely with sharing them. My gut instinct, Kiprick, is just that you guys have the wrong versions of Blender, or you are using an add-on that is required for whatever they're using. You're looking to do. That's my best guess without looking at it. And you're on YouTube as well. Welcome. The YouTube side of things. Trying to send the blend one file possibly. That could be. It should still work, but follow you all around now. I'm on all platforms, all of them. Sorry, not sure what your question there is, Kipper. Multi-platform is so great. It is very nice. It is very, very nice. Oops, I was on my way to bed. Good night, Pixie. Hope your restaurant work is going well. Dan, 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 dan. Dan, 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 dan. You know what? Let's straighten these out. Let's straighten. Good. Good. That'll make them a little bit easier to stuff in here. How often do I stream? I am streaming every weekday. I do this full time. Do this work full time. Okay, and we'll just leave some extra space there. Zoro, gamer, fans. Hola, soy nuevo, suscripto. Well, thank you for the subscription. Hello, Zoro. Welcome. I'm learning English and your dictation is very well. I can open your stream in background and I love Blender. Well, good. You'll learn a lot of Blender. It'll mostly be Blender. Bienvenido. Bienvenido. Hello. Hola. Okay, let's go ahead and give this a shot. So we're going to export the highest resolution one. We can find, what is the highest resolution? 6? Yeah, 6. So here's our extremely high res. Go up into a Substance Painter, Goblin Armor. Yeah, Goblin Armor. Bam. This should have been the high poly. Should have exported it as the high poly version. One more time. Armor. I'm an amateur for Blender. Don't exaggerate. Hey, we all start somewhere. We all start somewhere. Certainly, it was not that long ago that I was just beginning to figure things out. Just the very beginning of my journey. This is 75,000? It should not be 75,000. This is just armor. Yeah. Skyfire, welcome back. Hello. How's your week been? It's been really good. I'm in a new apartment. I like 3ds Max more. Get out of here. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm in a new apartment now, so we've got a whole little setup going. We're going to be using it hopefully for a lot of VR. I'm hoping to do like to be able to actually walk around and like do motion capture and things like that. That's the hope. That is the hope. Bleh. Are you okay, Sky? I remember starting out in amateur hour. I'm still waiting for someone to tell me amateur hour is over after all these years. It's over. 3ds Max is not my fave. Gotcha. I've only you're living a rich life. it's getting better. We'll go to avatars, NPCs, goblins, substance painter, goblin armor. Okay. There's not like this. Says the person who likes 3ds Max. Rich life. When armor B1, then mode bake. Get our high poly right here. Ignore that. Save. Do a 4K bake. This came through as separate objects, so we do need to copy everything. Well, I'm facing dark times. I've been threatened by old friends by revealing the truths about them. I'm discovering their lies, manipulate others in a bunch of that stuff. Well, that's tough. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully there's a light at the end of the tunnel there, and you're look. I mean, it's better to have to see what's going on. So that may be rough, but it's good to understand how people are treating each other. 3ds Max more effective app and provides convenience in architectural designs. I do see it used quite a bit in architecture. Oops, I didn't want to bake it again. But also it's baking really weirdly. Not baking right. I know that doesn't look quite right there. I think there's something wrong. Interesting. Why? Why? Actually, no, it should be on. I don't know. So I can hear you due to all the license fees. Blah blah blah. Blender cult. Surely a good tool and most used in the industry. JK. Everyone has their tools. Even Sam plays with tools at the devil every once in a while. Cough. Adobe. Cough. What can I say? I just used to Blender, or used to Photoshop. I mean. Something's going wrong. Selected object, so it is just sending what I have. And is there such a thing as crack in the world? Depends on what you mean by that. Is there like are you saying that there's a big fissure or break in the world, or are you saying that that there is crack? We definitely are addicted to Blender. That's what you're implying. Something's wrong. What is taking up all this space here? Fake news. Oh, gotcha. As in a software crack. Gotcha. Ah, of course. It is the curves. It's the curves. These have not been meshed yet. Any other curves? No. So now I can take these and we'll just include them. Glad I left some space here. There's a scene in It's Always Sunny. And I don't know if any of you watch It's Always Sunny, but Mac is like, you know, if you could have anything in the whole world, what would you want? And Dennis is like, crack. But you are going to love it. There we go. These are still way too dense right here. All right. If you change FBX even with substance open, is it going to refresh and get the new one? With a cage in the high poly mesh, so if you have a cage assigned, it will refresh automatically. If you have a high poly assigned, it will refresh automatically. But the main mesh, you have to re-import it. But thankfully, there's just a little hotkey for it, which is Control Shift R. So you can just Control Shift R, bam, refresh it after you re-export it. And I always, both with Unity and Substance Painter, you generally just want to overwrite the files you're working on. It's a little bit easier that way. Don't really watch it, but all I can think of now is the remix someone made of them doing some kind of musical Dayman Champion of the Sun with some beats, them sniffing spray paint or something. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Dayman, Champion of the Sun. If you have not seen it, it's so funny. It's one of the best shows, especially like the first 3 seasons. These should not be getting exported. Look at that. Doesn't that look good? Nice. All right, we're going to slap a... first we'll add a base layer. This will be our leather base color. Good dark, a warm dark color. Looks good. Amazing, good job. Thank you, thank you. I still need to separate everything so that it's not clipping, like right here. We'll be good. Yeah, it is coming together nicely. Yes. Yes. But we can start painting on it without fixing that just yet. So we'll add in some curvature templates that I have. the shadow here, we'll set to black. Take the roughness, push it down. We do not want the crevices to be as shiny. And then I'm actually just going to lower that opacity. So, oh. It's kind of like it's moving. Clipping is bad, but I will leave some in my work until someone says I have too much clipping. Sometimes it's easier to just work around it. Right, these are set to overlay. That's doing their thing. Do the thing. Then we'll add a good night to everyone. Good night, Kiprick. Thank you for hanging out. Good luck with your work. And I stream all week, so I'll be here. Whenever you want to come and hang out again. I see. There we go. There we go. And we'll give this just a slightly bluish color. Just very slightly bluish color. And we'll add on top of this a fill with a noise, say planar projection, and set it to subtract. So that way it eats out, that sounded bad. Eats some of the, gives it some grunge, you know? You know? Wait, what I meant to say. There we go. That looks really good. Now we've got the basis of just like a metal edgeware kind of look, but it gives some believability to our stuff. Maybe a little warmer. Then we'll definitely add some roughness to push that down. Add a little bit of height to push it in. Now we're getting some nice chunkiness. In fact, we'll add another highlight in here. Move the curvature, just set this to normal. And just height. So we can get a little bit more detail. Add some ambient occlusion. The base, we can make it a little bit glossier. Gorgeous. All right, then we'll add another. We'll call this leather. Another fill with a noise. In the noise, track planar, and we'll turn off color. Just give it roughness. Start with. I feel like that looks like leather. Okay, let's get some contrast in here and drop in some metal. Actually going to go the other way. Select everything and remove what should not be metal. Ooh. Add some roughness to make it shiny. Obviously some metallic to make it metallic. And height so we can replace the grunge we're seeing here. Same with the roughness. Normal. Still bumpy. Gotcha. So the metal should go above these two. At least, yeah. All right. And then make it a bit darker. Height doesn't matter. Metallic does. Cool. Alrighty. Looking pretty good. Add in some fabric. Which should also go above shadow. Leather. I guess this is all the leather in here. Maybe I'll just drop these in there. Maybe not. For the fabric, we'll grab these two. And we'll find a fabric. A burlap would be perfect, something a little rough. Linen. And we'll tile it. For the fabric, I'll also drop in a bevel shadow. Let's get the edges a little darker. Hmm. Turn off transparent for this. You know what? The fabric should also be on our loincloth material. Good. Right. Then on the fabric, we'll need a grunge. Grunge. Grungy. Would have been fun to add some spikes on here too. But I'll keep that in mind for future characters. We're going to call this one belt. Belt motif. It'll be a fill. Alpha. Do one of these ones. Probably a little too detailed, but that's okay. Set it to cylindrical projection. Make it dark. Repeat none. Cropped to shape. Cool. It's a little too detailed for like a little goblin. And maybe he stole it. I think it provides some nice contrast to the rest of the character. Then we're also going to add a filter blur set to linear dodge. Just a smooth stuff. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the restroom and then we'll work for a little bit longer. It is already my end of day, but we're gonna push a little bit. It'd be nice to finish this goblin armor today because it's looking cool and I'd really love to not be working on it tomorrow. I like it, but I'm ready to do other things. All right, be right back. I'm back. Guy, trying to add metal details to multi-res, but it's kind of putting too much weight on my GPU now. Maybe those details and small bumps can be added in Substance instead. That's definitely a good way to do it, is just to keep it separate. Another thing is you can also include additional objects in your export. So you don't have to make it part of that same multi-res object. Like, for example, these metal pieces right here that I have, those are just separate objects. So if I go in here, I have a subdivision on them, but it's only for one. Anyway, I think that kind of keeps it simple, because then I can export with them. I can turn up the subdivision when I need the high res, but it's kind of nice to keep them a little separate. In the past, I would try to make this all one object, but I think that just is really difficult. It's a little easier to keep things separate now, in my mind. They're quite bumpy, but I kind of like that. Gives it some nice contrast. If you keep separate objects, you can also keep the viewport resolution down for parts. You can't do that with one mesh. That's a good point. All right, before I continue, I'll go ahead and I'm going to export these, assign them in Blender so we can just get a look for how the characters coming together, and then I'll probably call it there for today. It's already pretty late. And we're only on Wednesday. I personally have to resist the urge to go over 1,000,000 tries for a belt buckle. And I have the power to bake it, and then your GPU goes, nope, no, you do not. Yes, it's hard to keep it low. It's that exponential. That exponential. Nice. That looks pretty good. I like the highlights to be a bit brighter on the edges. And this needs to look a little more beat up. Other than that, though, it feels pretty good. This obviously needs to be some other material. really felt like it was brighter, but doesn't seem to come across here. I like that the belt is blue. And this is a little too dark. Now the leather does feel glossy. Stuff. Loading right there. All right, I think that's good. And then we'll get the ogre tomorrow. We'll give him some cooler stuff. Looks awesome. Thank you, Namorous. Thank you. Pleased. Really suits him. I was a little worried with how it'd come out, but I do feel that it does. Gives him a little. Really suits him. Oh, the pun. I think we'll just do a little bit of stitching on some of the leather. And probably just this one. Maybe a little bit of something on the strap. And then we'll be good to go. And we'll get the sword in tomorrow. Yeah, should be good. I wonder if we can just reuse these pieces here for the ogre's legs. Or at least arm. His arm. We'll see. We'll give it a shot. Okay, it is time. Thank you, everyone who has been hanging out with me this morning. or this afternoon. Wow, I'm getting tired. It's been a long day. But I am gonna go ahead and end it here. Just wondering, did someone start working on the pun corner in VR? I'd be happy to add that. That would be a fun thing to have. Um, but we'll call it here. We're gonna end it. Thank you everyone for hanging out. If you have any questions or you're working on one of the tasks, Sky, definitely feel free to reach out to me, DM me directly, or post it in the task forum post if you have any questions or things like that. But things have been going really good. I'm very happy. Happy to be in the new place. Happy to be starting this, getting into the rhythm of these new projects. And we're going to be making some cool stuff. So look forward to it. See you tomorrow, hopefully earlier, Lol. I mean, get some rest. Task? Yes. So if you check out the Discord, I have added a new category here called role-playing assets. And so these are kind of things that are up for grabs in terms of, oh, you can't see what I'm doing. So right here, here's the board. There's basically some tasks, and right now I'm working on the goblin armor, so that's my task that I'm doing for myself. Sky is working on this chest here, which is very cool, coming out very strong. And there's a few other things. So tavern modular tiles and some food items, and then we need a tavern kind of keeper. But my goal is to teach people. So if people, I want to kind of take each of these assets, push that quality as far as we can together. And depending on how much I contribute to the final result, we'll split the revenue. But the goal would be to just teach you the whole way. And that'd be like, in exchange for teaching, I get a split. But the goal is to make assets for this project. I feel like that kind of streamlines everything in a nice way. Anyway, that's a ramble. Definitely take a look if you're interested. And we'll be using this a lot more moving forward as we need to get rolling on making some cool places. It's exciting. It is exciting. It is really exciting. I think for this Friday, we'll shoot for getting a group of people in, and we're going to try to make a space, probably the tavern, all together in Resonite. So I think that'll be fun. I need to start promoting those. But the goal will be, I'm doing a lot of work in Blender, more work in Resonite, bringing all that work in Resonite to make cool D&D experiences, as you know. But more to look forward to. Anyway, enjoy the rest of your evening, everyone, all of you. And we'll see you all very soon. Definitely hit that follow and subscribe if you're new. And much love to all of you. Catch you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone. Bye.